4:30 on Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. We are at the Jerry Rovey District Office, and we are calling to order the work study session. We have 5 board members present: Board Member Cirincione, Board Member Zimmerman, Board Member Todd, Board Member Kenyon, and myself, Board Member Schmidt. We also have Interim Superintendent Michelle May and Ms. Becky Williams from Business Services present. We will move on to 1.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Zimmerman, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 1.3, projected budget for FY 26-27. Ms. Williams, consultant, is our presenter.
Good evening. Am I on? Get closer. Okay. How about this? Okay. So if we could get the budget projection sheet up. The first thing, as you know, doing a budget, we have to know what we're going to project as our ADM. So what I have on this sheet is December's budget revision that we did, the ADM. And then I took that and I took out the 8th graders that were going to graduate. I added in the kindergartners that we currently have this year, the same ADM. So we're graduating out about 532 8th graders. And then I'm projecting that we'll bring in about 196 ADM. So that's what you're going to see at this lower ADM projections. So we are actually reducing our ADM next year by about 350 ADM. So that's what I did. And I went in and I added the multipliers that the state says that we will get either 2% or the inflation factor, whichever is less. And right now I'm hearing the inflation factor is about 2.8%. So I said 2%. So I added in the 2% to the data page. And that would be on the the 27 budget. And you don't have that now. If we could go to almost the end of that, down, right there. Oops, that one. If you go up to the top, keep going. You'll see that I changed those multipliers. And so instead of the 5,113 per ADM, I increased it to the 5,215 ADM. And then I also added in the transportation at 2%. So bringing all of that data into then these 2 pages, you can see that the 26 is the December budget. And then I projected what 27 would be. I also took remember this year we moved the 700,000 from capital to M&O. I put back 100,000 because now we're getting so low on our bond that we're going to need some money in capital next year to help with all of the maintenance. So I lowered that to 600,000. And then I increased our budget balance carry forward to the 750,000 that we project we will have at the end of this year. It could go up from that, but that would be the minimum that I would think it would be there. I did leave in the one-time state funding That's not guaranteeing that we will get all of that, but I left it because I wanted as much consistency as I could get. So we will go from what December's budget of 38 million down to 37.5 because we're losing all the ADM that from the large 8th grade class down to a smaller kinder class. Any questions?
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple. And I just want to, for the public's sake, the ADM number for kindergarten is only 0.5. So
Yes.
that's why that number seems like extra low is because if you double it, that's how many we actually, like bodies we expect, but we only get paid
Yeah.
for half.
Yeah. Well, even the other classes are larger, but
Yes.
because it's ADM, not actual students,
Right.
that's why it's different.
So one of my first questions is I saw your projection of, 350 less ADM, which is still, it's not all from the kindergarten class. Like that decrease in ADM is coming from other places. Like it's not just all that the 8th grade class is super big, but when I do the quick math and I, times 350 times the base level support of 5,215, I'm getting around $1.8 million. So how is the budget only $500,000 less?
Well, because you've got to add in the override, and then you add in these one-time state things, and that offsets that decrease.
But the override we have now, and the state, the extra one-time funds we have now too. Like we have all those things in this year's budget. But if we're losing 350 of ADM,
then we're also increasing by the 2% we're going from $5,113 to $5,215. So we're getting that 2% increase.
but I think we got that in December. That number
We'll
was
get it
changed.
again next year.
But isn't that number reflective in the current revision then, because we used that number in December?
We'll get it every year. We get that 2% every year.
Right. But are we getting it a 2% on top of the 5,215? Because
No, that is the 2%.
okay, but that is what we have right now. So I don't see it as a 2% because we're using that number. We use that number in December to calculate the base level of support.
We use $5,113 in December.
Okay, so on the I pulled my notes from December. So from the PowerPoint, it says that, but when you go into the actual document, and I can, it might be right here. This one says it too. Where did I pull that number from? I saw it. Maybe I saw it on the 27 is maybe where I saw it.
Must be.
Okay. So we didn't use it in December to calculate it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're getting offset because technically if we took the ADM, that is a correct calculation essentially. Like a rough number would be 1.8 million.
Right. If you didn't get the 2%.
If we
increase.
did not get the 2%. Okay.
Correct.
So, but overall, we are seeing a decrease in the budget
Yes.
limit of around, I'm just giving a rough
About
number.
$500,000. Yeah.
$500,000.
Yes.
Okay.
That is a correct statement.
But that is with transferring making another transfer.
Correct.
Okay. And, as we start talking, as the board starts discussing, our budget priorities and things like
Right.
that, this was always essentially supposed to be like a fix for the time being, right? And this will be now the third time that we are doing this transfer. And like you, I am very concerned, right, about our capital needs. We hear from our parents all the time about different capital needs.
Yes, we need to move that back as gradual, but as consistent as we can so that we don't end up in another problem.
Right. And so now, unfortunately, right, we're in a deficit again.
Mhm.
So this is our second year where we're going to need to make cuts. And realistically, it's $1 million, right? If
Right.
we were really filling our capital, like leaving our capital money
Mhm.
that the state has said, this is what you should have for capital, we're and I know it's all the same fund. Like I don't
Yeah.
I
But you're going
understand
down the right road.
but you know, the
Mhm.
state is saying this is what you need for capital and we continue to borrow from it. And so I think as a board, we really need to look, you know, at the district as a whole and be like, how can we fix this? Because
Mhm.
we're running into the same problem. Again, would be the third time. So
Well, and you're going to see it again next year because you've got a very large 7th grade that will be graduating out.
yes, as 37 sit in my 7th grade
Yes.
son's classroom.
Yes.
So based on these ADM numbers, though, I know that it's mainly due to the 8th grade graduating class. But if you divide, where is that paper? So 195. So if you double it, it's, you know, if you double that number, right? That's like 400 kindergartners. Do you think that we'll need to reduce that ADM number in our May revision? Do you think it's going to affect this year's budget?
No, it may go down a few ADM, but I don't think it's drastic like next year will be.
Okay.
No, I don't think that.
Why do you think we will end up with more carry forward than we originally thought? Is it due to like unfilled positions?
That's a lot of it, yes, because we don't have a lot of the district office is
Right.
like null and void. I mean, we just don't have.
And so, you know, are we going to run into trouble, right, essentially next year when we hopefully fill all these positions? You know, and because I thought I have asked in the past, like, are those numbers encumbered as if those people were there?
I do not believe that they are.
Oh.
I have got, I would have to ask payroll for clarification, but when I'm looking at what our budget balance carry forward is, I'm looking at the full bottom line. That does not, when you're doing year-to-date expenditures, you're doing year-to-date encumbrances, that does not, I do not believe that is encumbered. No.
Because what? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had the same question. 'Cause I'm pretty sure the last time we did this, they said that was encumbered. So I guess we definitely need to get that figured out.
Yeah, I would lean to no.
Okay. So I would ask that when we prepare the budget, that we encumber all of those positions, because I agree that, you know, we need the positions that the board has already approved. We need those people. And so, but we need to make sure we're accounting for the cost of that, because those are very high level salaries that are going to impact the budget.
Yep.
I guess I'll let anybody else have any other questions, and then we can come back to more of a discussion.
Sorry. This is a question about back to the ADM being so much lower next year. I don't know if you know this, so we have all these kindergartners who are going to become one now instead of half, right? Is it kindergarten class and the first grade class, are they about the same numbers? You remember off the top of the head, or are we going to be gaining people? Because we're not counting them, but all these students are going to become ones next year, and we're going to get more kinder on top of that. So is this kinder class significantly is about the same as our current first grade class, or are they more?
When I did the projection, I just moved everybody up one.
Okay.
So I didn't add or subtract or multiply or any of that. I just said, okay, if they were in kindergarten this year, I'm putting them in first grade next year. And I did not double that number.
Okay, and I'm not saying add to this ADM
Yeah.
because I'd rather be on the safe side. I was just wondering if we counted them because they're not halves anymore if we're counting
Right.
those holes.
And just keep in mind, we do get the money essentially for them as a full-time student because we use the override money, right? So the override money is right. We'll get to that discussion another day, but I'm just saying, like right now we do fund those kindergarten teachers through the money. So it's not coming through ADM, the other half of our people, but essentially it is funded because we use override money to do that.
I still think that we need to be looking at our budget differently. This is, again, just one very large bucket of money. And the only way we're going to get control of our finances is to, in my opinion, what I've been asking for the last 6 years, and that is to look at per campus budgets and identify what the costs are, and then look down to looking at a zero-based budget. This, to me, again, looks like we're just kind of carrying forward. We need to get down to zero-based budget, look at what our true needs are, and then look at what the cost of each campus is. Because unfortunately, the state, in their great wisdom, has decided to turn K through 12 into like college recruiting schools now, where people can take their money and go anywhere. So it's a lot harder to plan because you never know what charter school is going to pop up out of nowhere on some government subsidized loan they can then turn around and sell later and make money off of. It's just a mess. But until we look per campus and figure out what the campus is costing us, there's no way we can come up with this number. And again, many times we've asked principals, what's your campus cost? Nobody knows. How much can you spend a year on teacher appreciation? Nobody knows. How much can you spend on water? Nobody knows. What does your water bill cost? Again, it's the same thing. Nobody seems to know. We've got to take this budget and stop doing it the way the district has done it in many districts for years, because education has changed and school finance has changed. We've got to get to a zero base and then look at what each school campus costs to operate and then start making decisions from there. We've seen far too many times in the past where this district has had grant dollars for people that are important positions, but the grant ran out. And then we acquired those employees because the district said we need them. There was never a consideration down the road that was how much that was going to impact the budget. A few of us talked about that, but it didn't get anywhere. So we acquire more positions, and we have to look at this, I think, completely from zero up and not what we're doing. This to me feels very reminiscent of what's been done for years and years, and it just doesn't work anymore for school finance. And until we look per campus and per department, when I say campus, I also mean transportation, maintenance, every facility, every cost center of the district, we've got to look at, figure out what it's costing and how that's rolling up to campuses, so that we better understand where the money's going. And I'll just foreshadow from the beginning, I can't vote to approve a budget this year that's not broke down by campus, where we have a very detailed understanding. And I get the state wants these great papers, which the people down at the Capitol building can gloat and tote and do whatever they do about school finance, but at the end of the day, we have to do our own budget paperwork that breaks us down per department, and then transfer that to these papers that the state wants. But this number just doesn't work. This is what gets us in trouble. We see a number, not there. I don't know why education seems to be the only place that looks at a budget this way. There's not another government entity that looks at this big number and doesn't have it broke down to the penny of what's going to be what the costs are in each department. So And that's how cities, when something comes about like a Super Bowl or whatever, they look and say, we don't have the money for this. This is what the NFL is going to have to pay us in order for us to take this on, to pay for extra security, to do those things, because they know exactly what their budget is. This is the Rob Peter to pay Paul all year long. And I'm not comfortable with it. I never have been. And I'm not going to vote to support a budget that we don't have better understanding and a very detailed look at every penny spent.
I think a couple of things is that I don't personally think that some members of the board are going to like when we break it down by campus, because Loretta Zumbro is going to be way too high for the number of students they have, because they have and Liberty, and the number of students we have on that brand new campus is less than the reduction of ADM that we are going to have this year. So once again, as I've stated a billion times up here, we should have never built that school. We should have never opened that school. So I don't know that that's going to be helpful. As I've said in the past, it doesn't matter how much the water costs. If we're opening these schools, we have to pay for the water. I do think that on page 2 of the budget sheet, it does list, the different categories of instruction and maintenance and operation. And, one of the things that I asked Ms. Mosier to do, which she did, and I so appreciated, is she actually tied the FTEs, because before they just weren't accurate. And so when we made the, cut of essentially 3 million or 3.5, I don't remember, last year, I wanted to see the reduction of FTEs, and I didn't understand, so that way, and I think transparently to show the public, like, okay, you can look at our budget form and see we made these reductions here where they're tied. So I do think that there are some ways, right, that we could use the form to more accurately represent. And I think Ms. Mosier put us on a good spot by tying the actual FTEs, like how many people do we have in maintenance? How many people do we have in special education? And make those accurate so that it is clear to us and to the public. In saying that, that's why I think, I've said in the past why it's so important for the board and administration to have a clear idea of what the budget needs are and what the staffing is before they go into a job fair, because now we're down $500,000, right? We haven't even talked about raises, which is in here, so we'll be able to talk about that, which we should talk about. But because salaries and benefits of employees are about 80%, right, of our budget.
Correct.
The most of our money is going to people, which is great, but we need to have an accurate count so that, our district and our principals know exactly what they need, right? Because we don't want to be offering contracts that we don't need and get ourselves, into a situation.
We have spent some time on that. I don't believe it's complete yet, but we do have the teachers done. We have some of the classified, but not all classified. And I don't believe we did all the administrators yet, but we have done some of that work that we will present eventually for you.
I'd like to clarify a little bit. I recognize we're going to see some schools that don't have a good ADM. Due to what's happened with budgets and with open enrollment, hard decisions are going to have to be made by the board, whatever those decisions are. And this is the new norm for schools. This isn't, there's not a school district in the state of Arizona that's not having these same conversations. There's two things when we talk about opening schools. It's really bad for a school district to get a bunch of money from the state that are one-time funds. When they say you need to build a school, we take that money, because if we don't, we'll never see it again. And then that goes right back onto the taxpayer, which would be horrific. So it's never good to open a school and not have a large ADM. What's worse is to not open a school and then exceed your ADM somewhere else because we didn't do it. That's happened in this district a few times. I remember sitting in this very room when Las Brisas opened, and if memory serves me, and it's been a number of years now, I believe there were 25 students that lived in the boundaries of Las Brisas when it opened.
Oh, wow.
They did all sorts of fancy gerrymandering of boundaries to get kids to the school. And when it opened, quite sure it had a smaller ADM than Las Brisas, but growth happens really quick. I was just down in Estrella, and a neighborhood that was all dirt suddenly was sticks, and now it's kids running everywhere in houses. That happened very quickly.
It's happening everywhere in Buckeye
It,
right
it
now.
does, and so it's very hard to manage. But we opened up Blue Horizons, and Blue Horizons was nearly full from the start, over capacity. So we're going to have challenges with some schools. When this district, prior to anybody who serves on this board currently, chose to remodel and invest millions of dollars into Liberty, nobody thought to check with the city of Buckeye to see what the 20-year plan is. There's no residential development going on to speak of within Liberty's boundaries at all. So we built a school that is, as hard as this is to say, it's our original school, it's destined to see nothing but less and less students at it because everything around here is being zoned commercial. So we're not going to see the number of students that this campus once saw. That's why it was downsized to where it was to begin with. And now we may be faced again with less students coming in. When we talk about 180 students less coming into to our school district next year, that's probably going to affect the schools that have lower ADM more than it will some of the larger schools because they're going to be able to carry forward. But if you're already a small ADM and you lose some, it's going to be worse. So I want the board to recognize that I don't think we're at a point where anything is not off the table. It is a political no-no to not take SFB funds when the SFB comes and says you need to build a school. Because if you don't, and the development takes off, which it's still coming and it's still growing, you have a problem. And we look at Las Brisas now. For years, Las Brisas didn't have the ADM, but it will get there. And do we need to make some changes? Absolutely. Hindsight's always 20/20, but we could be at the same place today saying, well, we should have built that school if we didn't, and we're over capacity, and that's what your Blue Horizons families would be saying. Even Las Brisas is completely maxed out, and we squeezed 4 more classrooms to that campus a couple of years ago, and it was a modern miracle that we were able to do that because there's no more room. There's no more room at that campus. So as that area grows around it, that's going to have a smaller boundary, and other schools are going to get bigger boundaries. But to Ms. Zimmerman's point, it's not me that's concerned about seeing ADMs. There are going to be hard decisions made, and that's going to become the new norm for this board, for the next board, and for the foreseeable future, because students just are not coming in the numbers that they used to, and anybody
Families
can
are
pop up
not.
a charter
yeah.
school at any point and pull 50 or 60 kids. That's all they really need for us to see an impact, and that's what's happening. So when you talk 180, that's how many students do we have at Liberty right now? So more than half of Liberty School just about disappears next year with the current projected numbers. They don't come in perfect numbers. We had a superintendent previously who said kids don't come in perfect groups of 28, and that's 100% correct. We even have staff sometimes who says, well, I just want to teach 7th grade. Well, this year we don't have enough 7th graders to employ all of our 7th graders, but we got a big 5th grade class coming, so you can go down to 5th grade. Those are tough decisions, but that's what's going to have to happen from now until probably all of us are long removed from our positions here.
Any other questions? Do we want to move on to then the projected cost of pay raises or not? Okay. If you could bring that up. Okay, so I'm going to stand up because I like to point. Okay, so what we did, I had payroll help me to go in and say, so in this column here, we said, what is it going to cost the district to bring on? If you remember last year, we did not do the step increase. That means if you were a new hire, you went from 0 years of experience to 1. After 3 years, we go from we give a bump from 3 years to 4. then we give a bump again after 7, I believe it is, to 8. Am I saying that right? Anyway, so we said to put everybody into next year in the correct number of years of service for our bus drivers, it's going to cost about $23,000. For our classified counselors, psychologists, and administrators, just under 50. For our classified hourly, it's going to be about $184,000. Now, we can't say that for teachers because teachers are hired in on a salary schedule, and then they're not given years of service. They're given years, or if they get if they have a bachelor's, then they go from a bachelor's to bachelor's plus 15. Or if they have a master's, they go from a master's to master's 15. They get that professional growth. So we said, okay, I went to HR, I said, how many teachers have told you that they are going to move with professional growth? And they said, right now we only have 3 teachers that have come in and said that we need, that we will move over on professional growth. And I said, well, then let's just pop in 10,000 for them. So then if you add the 23, the 49, the 184 to get the projected cost to move our classified, it's about $257,000. Does that make sense? Is that okay? This one?
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
About this in particular, this per section.
Yes.
Are you giving one step increase essentially, like because we didn't give one this year? Or are you giving 2 for like kind of this year and next year?
Correct. 2.
Okay.
So we will bring everyone in and make them correct for next year.
And that cost is $257,000.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Okay. Any other questions about that? Now this is separate. So then I said, okay, can you tell me based on if we did a 1%, a 1.5%, and a 2% increase. So the bottom line is this is what it would cost for 1%, a 2%, or a 1.5% and a 2%. I said, well, if you add that and this, that's too much money. So I said, okay, what can we do? So my suggestion is that we pay the teachers, or we do their increase, whatever you choose, out of classroom site fund. Because currently we are about a $3 million carry forward in classroom site fund. And that is where the state has said that we should do pay raises for teachers out of. So my suggestion would be then if we do teachers out of classroom site fund, we can do the moving everyone over where they belong, and then whatever increase you choose. Does that make sense, or have I completely confused everyone?
Just to clarify that if we go with the 2% for everybody, the total for everybody is 440,000. But if we also want to give the step increase, that would be to our classified non-certified staff. That would be an additional 250.
Correct. That would be correct.
Okay.
And that's why I suggest that we do the teachers out of classroom site fund, which is not M&O.
Right. But, the question, of course, whenever I think we discuss raises is how, to make it sustainable, right?
And it would be sustainable out of classroom site fund.
But
yeah.
if you said we only have a $3 million carry forward, then that essentially gets us, I'm doing rough math here, 6 years, right? Before we kind of use all of that carry forward money. And really, it would probably go quicker because of different teachers, and it should increase every year. But because the state isn't funding classroom site fund based on raises, they're funding it based on 301 money. So the fact that we have extra is great, but at some point they're not replenishing that carry forward money.
Well, yes and no, because every year we don't give every penny out to that we receive in, and every year they increase the classroom site fund, or they have consistently increased it the last few years. But you are correct. At some point, they could do away with the whole 301 thing. But at that point, there would be a lot more hard decisions made. But we don't use every penny, so the carry forward would, I'm not going to say increase, but it should stay somewhat consistent or go down a little bit. You know, you can't guarantee every penny every day, but I would say it's sustainable for now.
And remind me, and I should know the answer to this, so I apologize, but is the Prop 301 voter approved or directly from the state legislature?
I believe it's straight from the legislator because it's the state land trust money. So as they rent out state land or sell state land, that's where we get our 301 prop money, whatever you want to call it, Prop 123. No, Prop 123 is different, but the 301 monies is the state land trust money.
I mean, every once in a while I hear rumblings of like,
Oh, yeah.
you know, that it could go away. And so, you know, again, as a board member, my fear of putting raises into money that isn't necessarily like could go away, right? Like our base level, our M&O isn't going to go away. You know, they have to fund public schools at some
they
rate.
don't. No, they don't.
Not at the best rate, but
No.
I mean, that would be a whole different discussion. But, you know, I certainly think we need to give raises this year. I just want to be clear that I think as a board, we have to find a way. But I also, again, think we have to be fiscally responsible
Agreed.
and find it to be sustainable. And, you know, as Mr. Todd said, we have to make hard decisions. And, you know, using the opening of a school, like, and taking, you know, it goes back to the electric buses. Well, if you give in grant money, you have to take it. Well, if it's not a fiscally responsible decision, you know, inevitably it's going to hurt you in the end, as a board, right? And so I just want us to really think about the decisions that are in front of us. I mean, either way, we're going to have to make cuts, you know, somewhere in the budget. And if we want to pay this out of M&O, then we're talking about over $1 million in cuts. So.
Well, that's all I have. Unless you have something else, I will turn it back to Board President.
Do we have any other follow-up questions for Ms. Williams or discussion that you would like to have at this point?
I just, you know, Ms. May, as you know, work with the budget committee, you know, I think from here we can see that the conversation needs to be, what can we live without, unfortunately. And that is why I wanted to have this done, so that we didn't waste the budget committee's time, you know, coming up with things they want, because I had a feeling, unfortunately, that we were going to be in this position. You know, I think the board, almost everybody on PR has been through that process last year, and it was painful. I'm not going to lie. But unfortunately, you know, we need to do it. And so, you know, I'd really like to see parents and community members included in that budget conversation, because they are all our taxpayers, and, you know, we're responsible for their tax dollars. So I think it's important that we include all stakeholders in those budget conversations.
One more thing, board members, I'd like to introduce Caitlin Bruni. She is our new accountant for the district, and so you will see her at board meetings too. So if you have questions, you can follow up with her also.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other follow-up at this point? Otherwise, we can end the work study. All right, we will end the work study session at 5:10 p.m. It is 5:30 on Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. I call to order the special board meeting. We are at the Jerry Rovey District Office and have 5 board members present. Board Member Todd, Board Member Zimmerman, Board Member Kenyon, Board Member Cirincione, and myself, Board Member Schmidt. We can move on to agenda item 3.2, approval of special meeting agenda.
I make a motion to approve the special meeting agenda form consistent with Board Policy 1-302 and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Board Member Todd,
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Board Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that passed 5-0. Item 4.1, approval of consent agenda.
I'd like to pull 4.2, 4.4, and 4.5.
Anything else? All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 4.2, 4.4, and 4.5. Oh, I'm sorry, we did not have a motion yet. Thank you. We do not have a motion, we just have them requested for polling. So 4.2, 4.4, and 4.5. So would love and like to make a motion.
I make a motion to approve 4.3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve 4.3. We'll take the vote. Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. That shows, we can show that passed 5-0. And we will move on to 4.2, approval of personnel action items. Ms. Zimmerman, you asked to pull it.
Yeah, I have a couple things on the supplemental compensation. It lists the CPI training, and it does not list an amount. And typically, all of those things are listed for the board. So, is that it looks like the training already took place. So, do we know why? It's not listed, the costs.
Madam President, members of the board, yes, I will need to make sure that we get that amount on there for you.
Okay.
On the sheet, it looks like it says amount regular hourly rate for 8 hours. So it just isn't the amount, but it would be whatever they make for 8 hours.
Right.
You
but-
want the amount per person.
I mean, just that's what everything else is. I've never seen it done this way. So, again, I don't know what these people make. You know what I mean? Or anybody else in the public. So, and then in terms of the termination that's listed, due to us not being able to discuss it fully in public, I do think that the board should table it so that we can ensure that the board is given proper documentation, that all policies, procedures have been followed, and especially in regards to our policy 4-105. And due to the late nature in which we were given information, I don't think we have everything we need to make an appropriate decision at this time.
Any other comments or questions for 4.2?
So I make a motion to approve 4.2 with the exception of Diana Guerrero, office manager at Rainbow Valley.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We can take a vote. Member Todd?
Madam President, actually, now is the time for discussion. We do have some very clear documentation from legal that everything was followed properly. I'm not in favor of tabling that motion. It's been very well documented. It's been very well cleared, and I think it's very dangerous waters for the board to get involved in administration's decision on this matter. So, I would offer amendment that we approve 4.2 in its whole.
Any other comments or discussion at this time?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So I've been going back and forth on this because I know there's a lot of support from the community. At the same time, I don't think this is the board's, I don't want to say business because it's all our business, but I don't want to get in the habit of questioning the principals and administration. I don't want to say at this level, but it is, and I'm just not comfortable with questioning that at this time. If it's something, because I feel like we're going to open up Pandora's box if we do this.
I am not in disagreement, and the only reason that I'm just asking, like, my preference would be to table it so that the board has the ability to have a conversation with legal, because this is happening. Like, the information came to us very late, and I just am concerned about the implementation of policy 4-105. And I do believe as a board, it's our responsibility to ensure that our policies are implemented correctly. And so I'm not necessarily questioning the decision, I'm questioning the implementation of the policy. And because it's kind of we're getting one-sided information without a dialogue with legal counsel. And so that's my concern here. But I agree that the decision at the end we are not, as the board, should be involved, but the implementation of the policy is where I'm at.
Madam President, for me,
Go ahead.
I've also considered this quite a bit over the last couple of days, and again, we have to be very careful with what we discuss right now because it is a personnel matter. However, I believe the proper channels were gone through, and I'm not opposed to administration with what they can allow us to see or allow the public to see. But no matter what decision we make, as a governing board, we have to protect all individuals involved and their rights. And so it doesn't matter what the decision is, we can't come out and say, well, this, and this, because it's a personnel issue. And so because of that, we've heard time and time again, trust administration. And we also know we've been emailed. We've all been emailed by community members. We've been emailed by legal. We've been emailed by a number of different people involved. And so because to me it appears the proper steps were taken, I have to support administration on this. And with that, I'll second Mr. Todd's revision to the motion.
So we have an amendment to the motion and a second to the amendment. Right. So we can take a vote on the amendment.
President Schmidt,
Yes, please.
your motion?
The amendment is to approve 4.2 in its whole.
Oh, thank you.
Or the amendment, sorry.
The amendment, yep. So we'll take a vote on the amendment. Mr. Todd,
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman,
Nay.
Mr. Cerancione.
Aye.
I'm also a nay. We'll show that pass 3-2. And now we have to vote on the motion.
You say nay.
I said nay. Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. And now we'll take a vote on the amended motion, which would be still to pass 4.2 as is. Mr. Todd.
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon.
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Nay.
Mr. Cerancione.
Aye.
I'm also a nay. It will pass 3-2. All right, moving on to item 4.4, approval to include liquidated damages language in the Liberty ESD number 25 Governing Board Policy 4-105, Section E. Ms. Zimmerman, you asked for it to be pulled.
Yes, thank you. Last time when we brought this forward, was asked to be reviewed by legal again, because it was already in a board agenda when it was previously passed that it was legal reviewed. But, we had talked about not changing the intent, but number 5, was added, teacher's resignation in lieu of dismissal. And so, did legal provide a reason as to why they added that?
Madam President, members of the board, the purpose was to ensure the district does not apply liquidated damages in situations where a teacher is separating due to a district-initiated action rather than a voluntary resignation. So this clarification helps ensure the policy is applied consistently and aligns with legal guidance.
Okay, so legal, is that who asked to have this number 5 added?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about the liquidated damages updated language? All right, then would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve liquidated damages language in Liberty ESD number 25 Governing Board Policy 4-105, Section E.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We can take a vote. Mr. Todd?
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that passed 5-0. And 4.5. Yes, 4.5. Sorry. The approval of signed contract for interim superintendent Michelle May. Ms. Zimmerman?
I just had it pulled. The correction has been made in front of us, but at the end of the addendum, it talks about that this, was approved at a legal action was taken at a properly noticed meeting, and in the addendum that's attached says February 9th, but that did not occur then. It's happening tonight on February 17th.
Yeah.
So just for transparency purposes for the public, that has and will be changed.
Yes, thank you. It was updated today by legal and sent back, and I thought Ms. Camerata was also included on the email. She was not, so that is why it was not updated in the board docs, but it will be the correct one. But that was the only change from the previous version, was the change from February 9th to February 17th. So otherwise, it is exactly as it was before.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
it also should be noted that there's, every time there should be a double F, like effective, the Fs are missing. That should be cleaned up. I think we can approve it with the understanding that those double Fs be added back into the document throughout.
I think we can make note of that and have it cleaned up. Anything else about 4.5? Or would someone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve signed contract for interim superintendent Michelle May.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We can take the vote. Mr. Todd?
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon?
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that that passed 5-0. All right. Moving on to general business. Item 5.1, discussion approval of contract and work agreement language of notice of appointment for 26-27 FY. Do we have any updates from administration or any questions?
Ms. Schmidt, I had a couple questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So, I realize that, different people are in different positions, but in the past, we've always had a strike through from the previous year. So in the future, I think that's very helpful so that the board is clearly able to identify the changes. I ended up printing the two contracts to compare the two. But the first thing if we could go to the teacher employment contract on page 3, under other board approved benefits, it says the board shall provide the following benefits to administrator as set forth in governing board policy or specific board action for which teacher is eligible. Should the word administrator be teacher?
Madam President, members of the board, yes, I would agree with you. That should say teacher.
Okay.
Get that. We can still move forward though with a motion with some of those
Yes.
minor.
I just wanted to
language
clear
corrected.
that up. And then I just want to, draw the board's attention to, there is a signing bonus attached to this, or did it? Yes. And it is something we did last year. It is a budget interest. And again, the board hasn't really done the budget yet. So, if we approve it with the signing bonus, which I'm fine with, I just think the board needs to be cognizant of the fact that, it is a cost to the district. And as we learned earlier in the study session, we're going to be needing to cut at least 500,000 and maybe $1 million, depending on how we decide to handle raises. So I looked at last year's budget prioritization to get a range of how much that was, and it was around $80,000. So just so people are clear as to how much that costs. That's all I have for the teacher one. I have other things for different ones, but I don't know if anybody wants to do teacher or has any other things they want to address for teacher.
I did have one question on the signing bonus. When is that paid? Is it paid under this fiscal year or is it paid after the new contract?
Madam President, members of the board, that is a good question. I believe that it is paid. Let's see, Becky Williams is here right now.
It says,
Paid next year.
yeah, it says that it will,
Come out of next year's budget.
yeah, it says the first regular pay of the 26-27 school year. So it would be next year's budget. Okay. If we could pull up the limited term teacher contract, please. So, I didn't write the page number. Hold on, let me find the right page that I'll be talking about. It has the same thing under other board approved benefits, has that same administrator instead of teacher. Oh yeah, that. Okay, so I'm on page 7 and it says conditions for initial hires. But my understanding, and from reading the contract, of a limited term contract is that these are people that are hired after the start of the year. So wouldn't they all be initial hires for this particular contract? I'm just not sure why we're spelling out specific conditions for initial hires in a limited term contract that is, if we go back to page 1 and read kind of the definition, teacher is entering into a limited term contract, which means that the contract is specifically being non-renewed. So when you sign this contract, you know automatically you're being non-renewed pursuant to ARS 536. So do you understand what I'm asking?
I'm not sure. Could you say that again? I'm not sure I
Okay,
know what you're
so
asking.
if this is a contract that is not a continuing teacher,
Correct.
right? So it's not a continuing teacher. So why are there conditions for specifically for initial hires? Because wouldn't all of the people that fell into this contract be an initial hire?
So are you talking about the acceptance of the contract, giving them 5 days to
No.
submit that?
Well, that
Because
too.
because that is different than what we give to our returning teachers.
Right,
So
but
it's a
in
short-
here, under page 8, it lists the acceptance of the contract for initial hire and returning teachers, but returning teachers wouldn't be on a limited term contract.
Correct.
Okay.
So we would want to adjust that. Yes.
So then if
good
you go
catch.
back to page 33, that says condition for initial hires, wouldn't all of these people
Thank you.
be initial hires on this contract, this type of contract?
Yes, these would all be initial. Yes.
Okay. So I guess I just don't understand like the bolded part for conditions for initial hires, number 33, because I think they're all going to be initial hires. So I just think it makes it confusing thinking that there are other conditions for returning when it's just not the right contract for them.
Madam President, members of the board, Member Zimmerman, I do understand that. We can have legal take a look at that, this contract, just to make sure that that language is cleaned up a little bit.
Okay. And then if we could pull up the administrator contract, and I didn't write the pages down. Sorry, guys. So on page 3, number 11, other board approved benefits, and C is the payment of administrators' membership fees. This is something that the board cut last year in our budget reductions. We said we were not going to pay for this for administrators, and now it's included in their contract. So again, I guess, my question is really for the board, right? Are we comfortable moving forward and saying we're going to pay for this when last year it was a budget reduction? And I also think the board should consider if we are charging teachers liquidated damages, I think it's equally concerning for an administrator to leave in the middle of the year. And why do we not, I guess, kind of hold them to the same standard? And I would say that, they make significantly more money than teachers. And so it's much more of a hardship to teachers. So, I'm just surfacing these things for the board to consider as we look at these contracts.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
I agree with Ms. Zimmerman. We did strike out all the dues and membership fees, so I think it needs to stay out until we decide if we want to add that back in. So I don't think it should be in the contract. And I also agree. I don't understand why liquidated damages isn't in there for the administrators. I think it should be in there for everybody.
I could just ask one other question. So, are there other contracts that are going to come to us, like administrator and all of those psychologists those are going to come at a separate time?
Yes, that's correct. She was able to get the 3 done quickly. And just so you know, I think she took last year's contract with another contract from Maricopa County and kind of tried to blend the two. So that letter C, I think, was just an oversight. So we'll get that crossed out on the membership fees. And there are 2 coming yet, psychologist and related services. So those will come next time too.
So you know, if it's the will of the board to add liquidated damages to administrators, I think we could probably hold off on the administrator one because we don't have to issue those contracts till later. Like the teacher ones have to be issued by March 15th. But again, you know, it's the will of the board.
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board, I've actually been advised by superintendents throughout the state that administrator contracts actually have gone out earlier, like they've already gone out for many districts, because a lot of times it's a trickle-down effect, as oftentimes we try to grow our own. So the administrators' contracts actually have already gone out in many districts. So we do want to get this out as soon as possible, but at your will, we could do that next time, you know, or this time with the corrected items.
Any other comments?
Madam President, I have a question on 11A.
Yep.
The life insurance for the administrator, and enhanced life insurance option for the administrator and administrator's dependents that will be paid for by the administrator. Do we have any clarification? Is that only offered to administrators or is that offered to everybody? I need to go back and.
Mr. Todd, if I could just add, I printed last year's contract and that was in there. So I can't speak to why, but I'm just letting you know that it was there previously.
But my
Is it
question
offered to teachers?
Is it offered to teachers or just administrators? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Madam President, members of the board, Member Todd, I, again, just working in other districts, oftentimes it is part of the administrator contract. I don't know why that's something that you would like to have removed. I don't think that there's, you know, that's your call, your decision, but looking at other contracts in other districts, for some reason, that's often included.
I would just like to make sure if we're offering it to administrators, it should be offered to teachers. I just struggle that teacher pay is as low as it is in the state. And then we pay much more for administrators and then we give them a bunch of extra stuff. And I think that's hiding money. So if we're going to do that, I would rather see us look to add that to the pay. So it's very clear up front. I don't like this hidden stuff. And certainly it's been in previous contracts. You learn every year as you go through this of things you'd like to change, but I don't think we should be offering that just to administrators.
And we do want to be fair and equitable to all of our employees. So,
Madam President, if I may,
Go ahead.
looking at both the teacher employment contract and the limited term teacher, just by doing a quick search of life insurance, it does say in both their benefits, it does talk about the life insurance as well.
Thank you.
Could you, where is that? Can you point
In the
teacher contract?
teacher contract, it's number 31
Thank you.
at the end where it says insurance benefits. It's going to be the very last sentence.
I see it now. Thank you. I hadn't scrolled that far.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, please.
And I just want to say that I agree that I think we need to issue principal contracts and issue the assurances to principals as soon as possible, because I do think it's a trickle down as to whether staff wants to sign their contracts because they feel comfortable when they know who their leader is going to be. And hence why, you know, the board is trying to hire a permanent superintendent before we issue everyone's contracts. So I would agree with that statement. I think it's important that we do that as quickly as possible.
Madam President, if I may.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to clear something up. I said all employees will have should have liquidated damages. I didn't mean everybody. I'm talking about the administrators and the teachers. I'm not talking about like our non-exempt. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not saying they need to have it in their contract.
Right. Any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
Are we going to discuss
We can.
liquidated damages, adding that to this contract, and to what amount?
We would like to.
Okay, so personally, I think administrators that make considerably more money than teachers should have a higher, um, threshold to pay if, for liquidated damages. So I would recommend that to be at least twice as much as the teachers.
Any other discussion on that?
Do you have an amount in mind, Mr. Todd?
Well, I said at
He said
least,
double.
at
Oh,
least
sorry.
twice as
I
much.
apologize. I didn't hear
At
you
least
say
twice as much, and I would not be opposed to more. It's very hard on the district when a teacher leaves. We fortunately have other teachers, and we're able to make do. It's, I think, even a larger impact when an administrator leaves. We don't have lots of extra administrators hanging around. So I would say at least twice as much, if not more. And I'd be open to hear another number if somebody wants to go higher.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm okay with it twice as much. I just, my concern is, it's definitely going to have to get legal review. What's going to qualify as, is it going to be the same qualifications? And how, because obviously an administrator contract is a little bit different than a teacher contract. So is there going to be places where they kind of interfere? So that's just my concern right now, is making sure that everything is above board and legal, and we're not trying to skip anything. I'm not opposed to it. I agree with everything that's been said. And I think in the past we've had, and other districts have had, administrators that have just kind of left for whatever reason, and not really a good reason, and it's hurt. But when we're talking about the administrator contracts, I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly. And if we're going to make a motion to add that tonight, I think we need to be very careful, since we don't have legal present to give us specific wording. I think it's something that needs to come back to the board so we can see what it is.
Ms. Schmidt.
Go ahead.
I agree with Mr. Kenyon. I do think it needs legal review, and I think the policy that aligns with liquidated damages would also need probably an addition, because it's written for teachers only. And as I've stated, why I wanted this policy is if it's going to come to the governing board, then it needs a governing board policy. And that is how I assume that the board would want it to come to them again, since the teacher liquidated damages comes to us. So
One more, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I know in light of some other things, should we look at specifying mileage, travel status, or a stipend to keep our friends at the Auditor General's office happy?
Miss Schmidt.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
No.
When I looked at that administrator contract, I'm pretty sure the mileage comes. No, I'm not seeing right where I thought it was, but I thought that it just said in accordance with governing board policy. So my thought is we could request that policy either to be looked at or added. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, if there is a policy that would allow us to kind of move forward, not necessarily tonight, but rather quickly, to approve the contract without going through all that. Is there a page that you see it on in the contract, the mileage?
I don't. I actually just searched for mileage and it doesn't show up anywhere. So
because under 11, under other board approved benefit, it just talks about reimbursement for approved travel on behalf of the district in accordance with applicable board policy and Arizona law. That's where I was thinking it was. It doesn't say the word mileage, but my guess is that it probably falls under there.
I'm just trying to keep the auditor happy since they have issues over $26 in mileage. It probably cost them $2,600 to find that, but
All right. Any other discussion? Do we have a motion that we could make right now?
I make a motion to approve the contract and work agreement language for 26-27 with the exception of the administrator contract language.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the contract language for non-exempt notice of appointment, limited term teacher contract, and teacher employment contract for the 26-27 school year. Do we have a second?
President Schmidt,
Yes, please, Ms. McCamerata.
just maybe make that a little bit easier.
Yes.
Ms. Zimmerman, motion to approve the contract and work agreement language for 26-27 with the exception of the administrator language.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it another word after language or no?
Contract language.
Contract.
But I think I need to add to correct the
With this.
limited term.
Okay, so motion to approve okay, go ahead. Want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Motion to approve the contract and work agreement language for the 26-27 fiscal year, with the exception of the administrator contract language
And with the changes to the contracts as described in the meeting.
as discussed in the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And so just for the minutes, the quick changes are to change the
Administrator to teacher.
under other approved benefits, both in the teacher contract and the limited term. And for the limited term contract, you're removing mention of returning teachers for the signature because they will not be issued that type of contract.
Madam President, members of the board, I also need clarification on what you were wanting to do with the liquidated damages on the administrators. We talked about some amounts. Do you want to give me an amount there that we can work on for that adjustment for administrator contracts also?
I'd be okay with the doubling at 3,000.
I know I said double, but I think 5,000 would be more appropriate.
Do we know what other districts charge for liquidated damages for administrators? Because I know when we had the teachers added, we did look around and see that at that time we were a bit high compared to some of the other districts our size, and we did adjust them down and then make it prorated. So I think it could be helpful to know what other districts are charging, so that we're not completely out of line with what's happening?
Madam President, members of the board, I'm happy to do that research and share with you what I find and let you make the decision from there.
Okay, thank you. I think that could be helpful. Okay. We do currently have a motion. And do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. We can take the vote. Do you need it read back, or are we good on what we're voting for currently? Okay. I'll take that as everybody is on the same page. Mr. Todd,
Aye.
Mr. Kenyon,
Aye.
Ms. Zimmerman,
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an I. Will show that passed 5-0. All right. Moving on to item 5.2, approval to issue purchase orders for FY25, payments due. And do we have someone presenting this? Ms. Williams, is this you?
Madam President, governing board members, we are requesting to be able to pay some previous year expenditures. When we researched them, there were multiple reasons why it happened. One of the reasons was that we had 3 different staff members in that position in less than 4 months. So there was things that just got dropped. There are also some that was because they sent it to the wrong email address. And so whoever received it did not pass it on to us in accounts payables. And then sometimes it also happens when at the end of the year, a company realizes they did not bill us for something. So there's multiple reasons why this did happen.
Questions for members of the board?
Yeah, Madam President. Thank
Yes.
you, Ms. Williams. That explains what this is doing here. My question is this one from 2020. I know it's an IRS thing it's only
Yes.
like less than $30. My question is, 1, how did we go 6 years without paying this? And then 2, because it's been so long, it may be a $29.03 charge, but do we have, $200 in fees behind this, or is that?
No, I
That's
believe
final.
that is the final. And I know that the previous accountant had been fighting with them on different years. And I believe they implemented a new system where they went back several years, and we were able to get everything off until we got down to this amount. And it was like, okay, we've spent enough hours. We're paying more in hours of trying to clear this,
Right.
sitting on the phone for 2 and 3 hours, waiting for them to answer than just to pay it.
Thank you.
I just had a clarifying question. So these are services that were rendered in the prior fiscal year.
Correct.
And so if they ask for payment in the next fiscal year, it's when the service was provided that is needed to approve it in a separate agenda item outside of a expense voucher.
Yes, that is correct. Because they happened we cannot pay anything that was not received by June 30th. We have July, August, and September to clear the previous year. If it comes after that, then we need board approval to pay anything that comes in after that for the previous year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions for Ms. Williams? All right. Can we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve issuance of purchase orders for fiscal year 25, prior fiscal year payments due to Amazon, Bel Air, IRS, Lakeshore, and Omex.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Kenyon,
Aye.
Mr. Todd, Ms. Zimmerman,
Aye.
Mr. Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that pass 5-0. We can move on to item 5.3, stakeholder survey and stakeholder and survey input report. Dr. Christy Wilson from McPherson and Jacobson.
Thank you, President Schmidt, members of the board. My name's Christy Wilson. I'm with McPherson Jacobson, and I have my colleague, Dr. Joel, here in the audience with you. So I have 2 items to talk to you guys tonight, and I first wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you. I had a great day back in, I think it was December, January. Spent most of the full day interviewing majority of your district. We broke the groups into district office, teachers, classified folks, some administrators. And so from there, we also provided a survey, an online survey. And so I have an executive summary that's here for you. I'm going to go over the results. It's provided for you in sort of a theme-based approach. And then I'm going to just take a few minutes to answer any questions that you might have. The 2 attachments in the board report, there's the actual survey too. And the survey has, the feedback survey has the actual questions that were provided to the community, the responses and all of that. So it's really a thorough analysis of the survey. And by the way, when we do these, Steve will tell you if he was up here with me, we do them, the purpose really is to get a really good insight of what the district, the stakeholders are looking for in the next superintendent. So just to kind of go back, Minnie, if you don't mind, we'll go back to the actual report. We, on January 16th, I spent the day up here and we focused on 3 questions. We asked the 3 questions of the same groups of people. We wanted to focus in on having the folks tell us the best things about living and working in the Liberty community. And really, what I learned is that most people up here said it's a very family-feeling, family-oriented group of folks around. And, it's collaborative. It's a community of survivors. People love the 4-day work week. That's one thing that I would say no one wants that to move away from. Lots of small town feel with a family feel. Even though you're one of the districts that's growing compared to a lot of districts around us, it's still got that small family feel. Passionate staff, teachers, principals who really care. Lots of people care about what's going on in the district. Folks mentioned that there's lots of recreational activities, above average school facilities, and that schools are unique with signature programs. So, and all of the people that I interviewed said those same things. So it wasn't just 1 or 2 people saying that. The second question we talked about was, what are the characteristics, skills, and traits that you're looking for in the next superintendent? And bar none, lots of folks said they want a people person, somebody that's a relationship builder, somebody that can be visible throughout the district, set the vision, a systems thinker. But one thing that came out that was really clear, and it aligned with what you all said when Steve and I were here in January, is they want a bold leader, somebody that will build trust, somebody that will help heal the district, and somebody that's got that proven educational leadership experience, somebody that's going to be engaging, a good communicator, and then another one that's not going to surprise anyone, but that has a financial experience, somebody that's going to be able to help you through some financial hardships or, the struggles that a lot of districts are experiencing. And then the last question that we asked, and the survey asked this in a different way, is what's the primary challenges and opportunities for the next superintendent? And the themes that came true throughout all of the people that I interviewed was it's this kind of sense of fear amongst staff and due to the breakdown in communication or sort of this lack of transparency. Retention and recruitment of staff. There's a fear of just being able to recruit and retain staff. Poor relationship between and amongst board members. Sorry to be the one to report that. The financial stability and planning of the district. We've got to make sure that there's some stability there. The board and the superintendent learning and growing together, seen as an opportunity. The future of a bond, possibility of you guys thinking through what the bond or override might look like. And then an opportunity is rebuilding the culture and instilling that sense of calmness and strategic direction. So now moving forward into the Sogolistics survey. So what the survey did is, and it was posted for, I think, from January 27th to February 9th, it was posted online, lots of access for the community to provide feedback in a not a confidential setting. It was transitioned or on the website in Spanish. We wanted to give as many responses as possible. And again, similar questions. We wanted to find out great things about the district and community. Lots of pride, lots of engagement and pride. A lot of people that live in the Liberty District have been here for a very long time. Alumni members, people who really care about the district and the direction it's headed. Resilience and history and a lot of untapped potential. A lot of people care about what's happening here, and they're wanting to make sure that it's successful. And so you can kind of see too, if you'll go ahead into the survey, I want to point out just a couple things and then take questions. By the way, we asked people not to identify themselves, but identify who they were. If they were a parent or community member or someone, if they were, someone that didn't have kids or whatever. And so you can go into the actual survey, and 65% of the people that took the survey, there were over, in case you're wondering, there were about 25 or 27 people who took the survey, and 65% said that they prefer the next superintendent have experience as a teacher. They also said that they want, 56% said that they want experience working in a public school in this state. But the number one characteristic or expertise that they said is experience working in finance. So that's really important. They want somebody that has that experience working in with numbers and experience with finance. The survey also said, let me get to that page real quick, that similar to what we found in the district when we were talking about the great things is just, again, community engagement, dedicated high quality educators and staff. So your community members who live here that might not necessarily have have students in the schools, they still know that your teachers, your principals, and your support staff, they're consistently described as caring, hardworking, deeply committed to students. Many go above and beyond despite limited resources and instability. They form the backbone of the district and the schools. Their quality, and even though it's challenging times, they're very committed. So you should be commended for that. So lots of community members that are very, very committed to the success of the Liberty School District. So in summary, I just want to make sure you caught this because I'm going pretty quickly here. There in the online survey, there were 229 total responses. 56% of the people who took the responses have a parent in your schools. 35% were staff members, and around 5% were current staff members, or there were somebody that had a parent or teacher. And so you have all of the results. And I'm here, whatever other questions you have, because you have the report in front of you too. What other questions you guys might have about the day that I spent with your focus groups or the actual survey itself?
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for presenting and for taking your time on that Friday to spend the day with our staff members and talk to them. Any questions about the survey results or that day for Dr. Wilson right now?
Madam President, if I may?
Go ahead.
More of a thank you. Thank you for this. I appreciate all that you've put into this and your team. And thank you to those who actually took the time to do this survey. I know not only was it available on the website and public links, but all the parents got emailed it. I was emailed it. It just a little bit saddens me that only 230 people decided to take the survey. And when you look at, we have over 4,000 kids in the district, and most of them have, not all of them, but a lot of them have two-parent homes, and then all the staff in the district. That could be close to 9,000 people not including people who aren't associated with schools. And so, it's just, just that quick math, it's about 2.5% of people who could have taken the survey took it. But not that I disagree with what's being said here at all. I'm just saying it would be nice to have more community input. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Schmidt.
Yes, go ahead.
So on the executive summary on page 6, where you list general themes from both the interview and the survey, are they numbered in any particular order, like in terms of, the frequency in which those themes were brought up, or is it more just general?
President Schmidt, members of the board, not in any particular order. You could actually go through and sort of count if you wanted to, but no, but I would say that the overall theme, for example, of family oriented, everyone that I talk to and the sense of small town feeling, the things that I hit when I was talking to you, though the reason I said those particular things is it just seemed to be common, even though someone was saying maybe, we really would like somebody, our next superintendent to be skilled at communicating. They would circle back to, but we want them to also know how important it is to instill the small town feel as we grow. It always seemed to center back, because the beauty in doing one-on-one conversations with someone, as you know, is you don't just answer the one question, you continue to kind of talk about what's important to you, So it always sort of, those themes always kind of came back in one way or the next, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate the work that you've done and the people that spoke to you. There were a couple of things that stood out to me as a board member as I read this. Number one, I feel like it aligned with the things that I hear out in the community and from staff, and things that I think that the board should be looking for in our next superintendent. So it was nice to kind of have those things affirmed, I guess, that the community feels the same way. One of the things that really struck me that you wrote was that we are a community of survivors. And it was a little bit heartbreaking, to be honest with you, that our staff and our parents essentially feel like we're surviving, right? And I don't think it's an inaccurate statement, but just that how important the decision we have before us, it just is instrumental in making the correct decision to really, change the direction of this district. That sense of fear, like, just again, I know it's there. I have been told over and over, by staff, I'm not comfortable answering the climate survey. I don't know who's going to look at it, who's going to, that fear of retaliation. And so when it came to this, although I often encourage them to fill out the climate survey, I said, I really implicitly trust Dr. Slode, and I really think it's important you take it. But I, was able to say, it's not coming to the district. It's going to our consulting firm. You don't need to be afraid. But that fear is real, and that you were able to capture that, I think the board needs to continue to consider, that in our next leader. And the number 4 on your general themes, I felt like summed it all up for me. A resounding need for a strong leader who can establish independence from board pressure while establishing student-first priorities, ethical decision-making, and a clear focus on instruction and student supports. So I just really appreciate how you, really were able to take these ideas and summarize them. And I think you did an excellent job. So I really appreciate your time and your energy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I would like to respond, though, Board President Schmidt and then Board Member Zimmerman. I did not write the community of survivors. Those aren't my words. Those are from somebody I interviewed. So just in full transparency, these are my words, my summary, but that is from a direct quote from a person I interviewed who I think was very passionate in just saying that's how that person felt at the time. And again, it was just sort of, again, when you do the interviews, it just kind of comes out. And so I want to just provide that context. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Madam President, I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your survey was essentially just a climate survey, though. There was no qualification. You didn't qualify the respondents in any way, really, just other than they were just a teacher or a staff. And the only reason why I ask is because in here there's one that talks about dedication. I just scrolled past it to look at the other one. Community engagement and pride. The community is deeply invested in its school with high levels of parent involvement, volunteering, advocacy, and attendance at events. And then you tell me we had 229 respondents. So I'm concerned how we qualify. This always becomes an issue with surveys. How do you qualify the respondents to know, is this just a feeling or is there something behind it more? Because 229 applicants or 229 respondents does not equal a community is deeply invested in schools with high levels of parent involvement. It's not there. So that's always the question of surveys is how do you qualify it? Did you do any qualification of it? Or when somebody give you a question or an answer, do you ask why they formulate that? That's always, in surveys, that's always an important thing to qualify the response.
So, Board President Schmidt and members of the board, I'm not sure I understand the question completely. Did I qualify the response based on?
Based off of who the respondent is,
Well,
or if they say something, do you dig into that to see why they feel that way? Because there's a lot of opinion in any survey you do. You can just ask who's going to win the Super Bowl next year. Somebody will tell you.
Just opinion,
AI
yeah.
probably has it right these days, but when you look at that, you start qualifying why they feel this team. Oh, I've liked the Cowboys forever. Okay, that's not reason that they're going to win the Super Bowl. I don't like the Dodgers, so the Dodgers aren't going to win the World Series. But who is this person? Are they a former? Where does the qualification come to give a response? And that's something that has always been a question in surveys that are validated.
Well, this survey, as I understand it, I didn't administer the survey, the company did, and it was an online survey. So in contrast, when I was answering the questions from board member Zimmerman, that was a one-on-one interview. So it was a little different to your point. But to qualify in the qualifications of the survey, I think the only information we have is when they answer it, the parent of the current student or current staff member, that's the who, and then how they answer it. Now, your question about, your comment rather about there's only 229 responses, and then there's this generalization that there's a community that loves, or these people love our community. There's some generalization there. One thing about surveys, if you get 10% of people to fill out a survey, that's actually pretty good. Just the research alone says if you can get 10%. So I think your population, you said 4,500 or something like that.
Yeah,
So if you can get 10%, that's really
That's students.
that
though.
was students. So we're talking
in
about
general. Surveys in general, though, I'm just saying, research says if you can get 10%, it's really
yeah.
good.
We have how many in the
So-
district?
So just looking at the students, right, we have 4,000, we just talked about our ADM, just over 4,000, 4.25. And if you take those kids and just say they each have two parents and then plus the staff, that's close to 9,000 people who would have been at least presented with this opportunity to take the survey. And then to get, 230, and that's why I'm thanking those who did fill this out and did take the time to do that, because it is important, but also understanding that was, when you do that quick math, it's only just over 2%. So, I'm glad to have this data. I believe it represents the people that you did speak with or that actually filled out the survey. I just wish there would have been more, so we got a bigger idea, right, of making sure that this is district-wide, not local, or, there's just so many variables, like Board Member Todd was saying. But again, it's not necessarily what you're doing,
Right.
but just
Doesn't
just-
capture all of the entirety.
right. But just bringing that to the public and to the boards, understanding what we're looking at. Thank you.
Anything else?
All right, if we have nothing else, thank you so much for the time that you took and your presentation and putting it all together for us. We can move on to agenda item 5.4. Pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, call for an executive session to screen applicant submissions for the position of district superintendent.
Madam President, I make a motion to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1 to screen applicant submissions for the position of district superintendent.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Board Member Todd.
Aye.
Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that that passed 5-0, and we will move into executive session at 6:35. All right, we are reconvening our special meeting at 8:36 p.m. Moving on to agenda item 5.6, direction to representatives of McPherson and Jacobson to take action as instructed by the governing board in executive session. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, Madam President, I would like to make a motion to give direction to McPherson and Jacobson to proceed with the process as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay. He has it written down for you, Ms. Camerata.
Thank you, Chris. So first, you made the motion and then.
Yep, and Mr. Todd seconded it. All right, are we good? Okay, we can take a vote. Member Todd,
Aye.
Member Kenyon,
Aye.
Member Zimmerman,
Aye.
Member Cirincione.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that passed 5-0. Moving on to agenda item 6.1, board comments on agenda topics and items for future consideration. Any requests?
I just have one.
Yep.
I'd like us to review policy 4-105.
All right. Any other requests? All right, I will take silence as a no for tonight. Moving on to 7.1, upcoming board meetings. There is a special board meeting scheduled for Monday, February 23rd currently. We'll see. Then we have a meeting on Monday, March 2nd. That's a special and regular board meeting. And the Monday, March 9th was canceled because we were moving it to the 2nd. So just clarifying that since it's on our agenda right now. And then the one after that is Monday, March 30th, which is our optional special board meeting if we need one. Based on the time of year and all the things happening, I would probably plan on them at this point, but just so we're aware. And with that, we can adjourn our special meeting at 8:39 p.m. The same guy that you...